I had spaghetti today.
Holly and chat, I just found out something genuinely hilarious. The snowman in Fireman and Dicey Dungeons again. It took me 4 months to figure that one out.
Great!
smile happy to have been sub for so long. to stream in ages, but very happy to be here for 8 of them. Hopefully I can catch more in the future. Holly Tones bonus video.
Hello! How are you all doing today? It is... What are we? We are Thursday, July 22nd? That sounds about right. Thank you, Newt49845, for the 8-month resub. I really appreciate that. Today's been... It's been okay. Sun was out after some cloudy, rainy days. I went for a walk. A lot of birds. There's been a bunch of goldfinches in my backyard, fluttering around the plum tree we have. And it's been nice watching them. There's 2 baby rabbits in my backyard now, and they've been hopping around, eating clovers and grass and stuff, and so it's been fun watching them too. Thank you, Phosphodiester, for the 12 months.
Hi.
Hi.
Art time. 1 whole year.
My goodness, that is a whole year, isn't it? It's gotten to the point where, like, people with, like, year-long subs has become, like, common enough, but still, every time I stop to think about it, it's kind of like, man, some of y'all have been around for, like, over a year at this point. My goodness. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the continued support. And what else did I see today? I saw a nice dog going for a walk. I saw my cat. I pet her a lot. So, like, Tuesday, I got my, I forgot to update the Lola command, but she did also do that today, so I guess it's fine. Tuesday, I got my vaccine shot. And yesterday, I was sore and, like, headachy and lightheaded and had, like, stiff sore joints for a while, and I was like, you know, maybe this says a lot about the amount of, like, pain I feel on any given day, but this is not so bad. And then I got, like, a monster migraine and, like, dizzy spell right at night, and I was like, oh shit. And then I, like, fell on my bed for 9 hours and woke up, and now I literally feel great. So, we're gonna stream today. As evidenced by the fact that I'm, you know, live right now and streaming. So, I fell for a long time. Yeah, it's this little thing that happens to me sometimes. I think the doctor called it sleeping. It's weird, but I like it. We're gonna be doing some more Chicory today, which is what I wanted to do Monday until my internet decided that I wasn't allowed. Now, hopefully it's gonna work. I'm hoping. I've got my fingers crossed, I've knocked on wood, all that stuff, so here we go. My plan is basically just to do as much of the art school painting side quest as it'll let me do right now, and then, depending on, like, how long I've been going for, I'll either stop the stream or I'll go do the main story or something. We'll see. I kind of just want to play the video game Chicory because I didn't get to this week yet. Did I have anything else I wanted to say aside from the normal pre-roll stuff? I guess I can just do the normal pre-roll stuff, which is, to say hi. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, thanks so much for stopping by. It's wonderful to have you here. I hope you enjoy the show. You can hit that funny little follow button at the bottom of your screen if you want to get updates on when we go live. You can also join our Discord if you want to join the community there. There's some real nice folks there. And also soon I'm gonna try and set up like movie nights every now and then, and also like every now and then I might just want to do like a no mic stream, and I might just do it on like a Discord stream sort of thing. So, if that sounds interesting to you, if you want to talk with some nice folks or get updates about streams or look at my channel that's just pictures of Obi-Wan Kenobi, join the Discord. And, if you're a returning viewer, welcome back. It's always wonderful to have you here. Thanks so much for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. If you're enjoying the streams and you're looking for ways to support what we do here, there's options for that. If you want to, go the extra mile, go the financial route, like Fanny's Game Room just did, extending that tier 1 sub all the way through August. My goodness, thank you very much. Very kind of you, I really appreciate that. You can subscribe to the channel, reoccurring monthly fee that gets you some fun little emotes that you can use here, and on Discord. If you link your Twitch and Discord accounts, you can get access to the emotes on Discord that way. If you can also give subs to the community so other folks can enjoy the benefits. Thank you, Vanny's Game Room, for the 6 months.
I love the fun Lily Motors Holly Tones bonus BB.
What a coincidence! I love them too. That's why I have them. Thank you very much. I appreciate that sub. You can also give bits. That's just some funny little extra money that gets added to my monthly Twitch payout. And you can tip directly through Streamlabs and PayPal. Financial support, never mandatory. You're under no obligation to. Don't ever feel like you have to. The last thing I want is someone to feel like they've got to throw money at me for whatever reason, and then they end up in like a hole or something. Don't worry about it. You gotta look out for yourself. But, if you have the means, if you have the money burning a hole in your pocket, as it were, you're enjoying the things I do here and in other places, and you figure, it's been worth something to you, I'd really appreciate whatever folks are willing and able to give. This is my main source of income, which is why I'm able, to dedicate as much time and energy into these things as I do. And, because of your very generous support over the past over a year, I've been able to do this full time and also pay off bills and get food and save up to move out, which is, now that I've got my second vaccine shot, the possibility of that happening and feeling like a real thing, I feel like it gets closer and closer to that every day, which is nice. So, on a personal level, I guess, the show wouldn't be what it is without the very generous support of folks like you. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Other ways you can support the stream: you can share posts about it on social media, you can tell friends about it, if you got any clips you enjoy, you can post those around and share them, stuff like that. And you can always tune in. If, you like what we're doing here, you got time in your day, figure stopping on by, having a good time, that counts as a support in a way in and of itself, so thanks for that. I mentioned the Discord. Thank you, Pigeon on a Chair, for the tip.
I just got paid so I can give a small donation. I'm very happy you're streaming. I've been down out of work sick for 3 days now.
No.
Not COVID related, and this is gonna help me get through it. Thank you dearly, Mrs. Tones.
Oh, I'm glad to hear
emoji.
that. it does always make me happy, in its own little way. Whenever folks are like, I'm going through a bit of a rough time right now, so being able to just sort of like tune out and watch your stuff and have a laugh helps. That always makes me smile. It does. So I'm happy to hear that. I hope things get better for you soon. Thank you. What else was I saying? I talked about support. I talked about the Discord. I talked about I wanted to set up like the secret stream zone in the Discord. Fan art. If you want to post fan art and you want it to be shown off at the end of stream, either join the Discord or just like send it to me on Twitter and at me on Twitter, and I'll look at it there at the end of stream. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, the Minecraft thing, what I'm working on with a bunch of friends, got announced officially the other day. Me and a bunch of friends are getting together, and we're gonna make a Minecraft server together and play together on it, and we're gonna be streaming that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. What's the name of the Twitter account? I need to double check to make sure I don't get it wrong. It's on Twitter at sludge_SMP. We've got like a placeholder website called sludge.fun. It's a thing we've been working on for a while. It's gonna be like a neat mix between like a Minecraft multiplayer server and like a tabletop role-playing thing. We've all come up with like little characters to play as and things like that. That's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I don't think I had the chance to like talk about that since it got like announced, because I think it like officially got announced the night I was getting my vax. Or somewhere around then. If you were to draw fan art, is there anything I want to be drawn specifically? You can draw whatever you want. I mean, I'm not your boss. Don't worry about it. Unless you mean like, what do I look like? In which case, there's like like the little online persona I use is basically just like what you see in like my emotes and icons and stuff. So don't worry about it too much, I reckon. Am I gonna be a Lantern Keep again, or I got something else in mind? You'll see. You'll see, but I will say I'm very happy with the character I came up with for that. Thank you, Switch Zone. Thank you, Switch Zone, for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your spinning bird. And thank you, Salvatore Moreau Official, for the 11 months.
11 months, that's almost a year.
Yeah!
Hope things get better for you soon. Excited to see what you'll make in Chicory today.
I mean, I reckon things are pretty good, pretty alright today, so thank you very much.
Thanks for being a cool streamer. Here's some green piglet I found.
Awesome, it tastes bad. Thank you for the tip, I very much appreciate that. What do I think about Wayne's dog dilemma? I think he should name it Small White Bird, or Ball of Tar, or Ape Spinning in a Bathtub, but, I suppose Hoagie's a pretty good name. I wasn't there, for the stream last night because I was knocked the fuck out from the effects, and also I was watching Columbo with a friend. So, I missed most of that. Sopping Wet Bread is a great name for a dog, is the big thing. Did I have anything else I wanted to say before we get started? I think no. I think that's enough faffing about. I saw someone mention I should make an exclamation point sludge command for Nightbot. I'll do that eventually. If I don't remember to do that, howl at me until I remember. But I suppose now's a good enough time as any to start playing the game. Chicory. last time on stream, I drew this awesome running bird, and then my internet went out. Last night, a lot of people were suggesting Soup for the name of Wayne's dog. Oh. I mean, I don't think that's a great name for Wayne's dog, but I'm flattered all the same. I'm waiting very patiently for the subtitles to come back, but it looks like they're on vacation. I'm sad that that happens sometimes, but there's not really much I can do about it because of the fact that it's an online service and it's just because of my internet having hiccups. But last time that we did like an actual stream of Chicory, before like Monday's attempt, you know, we took a deep dive and we talked to some bugs. We learned, I think it's fair to say we learned some things about ourselves. We learned some things about Chicory. You know, we learned that, you know, Chicory as a character, and also to an extent, you know, Soup, our funny doggy here, have both been dealing with the pressure of, you know, like, expectations, being put on oneself, and how that can negatively affect your self-esteem and your ability to like work. You know, it's very common fears that people go through, and you know, the worry that because you can't live up to the expectations of others, and maybe because you can't live up to the expectations of yourself, that you know, that says something about your sense of self-value and your sense of self-worth. But like, you know, that's not necessarily true. We had a nice little chat with a bug about this, and they said, you know, isn't the fact that you're just here enough? And you know, I reckon that's a feeling that a lot of people deal with. Certainly wouldn't hazard to say that it's an uncommon feeling, but I think the thing that is uncommon is when those feelings start to manifest physically and like create horrible shadow trees and monsters that corrupt the world around you as you know it. That's the unusual part. So, to help stop that and to help deal with that, you know, we've got to deepen our bond with the brush. We've got to deepen our bond with Chicory, and, you know, I reckon we got to deepen our bond with ourselves, too. And what better way to do that than going back to art school? It's time for a class. Take your places, everyone.
For today's assignment, I want you to draw a dream you've had. Try to capture how it made you feel. Get to it!
Interesting. I've had a lot of dreams, which I mean, now that I say it out loud, is an extremely silly sentence because, like, yeah, of course I have. I'm a human being that's been alive for, like, 26 plus years. I imagine I've probably had a dream or a couple in those times. But, you know, I've also had a lot of recurring dreams, a lot of dreams that, like, seem to keep happening, or, like, themes from dreams that seem to keep happening. And unfortunately, a lot of them are bad dreams. But, you know, sometimes it's important to reflect on the bad things and try and understand why they make you feel the way you do. Have I ever had dreams about awful lions? Sort of. They were more like snow leopards. Or tigers. But not lions specifically. And start by filling in some background background color. Maybe this one? Maybe this one. I think this works as a good background color. It's not so dark as to sort of negate the ability of the darker colors to be shading, and not so bright as to feel like it's like a big eye drawing focus. This is a good happy medium. Gonna have a drink of water. Oh, there's a really small bird that just perched on my windowsill and it's just looking in. Hi! Hi! Goodbye, little guy. It just flew away. Oh. That was wonderful. It was a little, like, gray and brown speckled thing, like some kind of little sparrow or something. Or a finch. Little thing. Oh. Well, I can't draw that bird. That's not a recurring dream that I've had. Or a dream that I've had, rather. So a lot of the recurring dreams that I seem to have, it's like, it's either in an office, or it's in, like, a school building, and it's kind of hard to tell just because it, like, takes from, like, things that I've clearly experienced before in, like, office buildings and in, like, my high school and my college and stuff. But it's, like, very definitely not those places when I think about them. Like, my high school was not the size of, like, a massive, sprawling shopping complex with, like, 7 floors and, like, covering, like, the size of a football field. My high school didn't have that kind of money. And there's a recurring theme where, like, I'm not lost. I know, like, where I need to go. But there's constantly just, like, things in the way. Whether, you know, they're, like, sensible things, like, just, like, objects on the in the hallways or whatever, or, like, just, like, force fields or something like that, or, like, I know something scary is up ahead and I'm not allowed to go there, and it's, like, really hard to get to where I'm trying to go, and then I eventually get there, and everyone is like, okay, thank God you're here, you have a presentation to do, and or there's a problem only you can resolve, and or, like, we're discussing something really important and we need your input. And I get there, and then as soon as they get there, someone is almost always like, oh yeah, by the way, the building is on fire, or there's an earthquake, or in the most recent one I can remember, it was tigers were, like, biting the foundation of the building and trying to make it collapse, which is, you know, very, very funny in retrospect, but, like, you know, you don't have time for that when you're in a dream. You're just like, oh shit, like, we're on a time limit here, we gotta go. And, you know, there's always these, like, big windows. Big windows. Not always, but, like, it feels like often enough. And, they're coming in. And I keep, like, looking, outside them, and, you know, like, outside, things look fine. Things look great out there. And things are decidedly not great in here, and, and I know there's no way I'm getting out there, anytime soon, and, dreams like this always make me feel very small. And I'm trying to think of how to best represent that. This is looking very abstract, which I guess makes more sense once you've had the explanation, but, like, I wonder how well that, like, is conveyed in the final product. I suppose there's usually, like, there's, like, computers. I have a fair bit of stress dreams. My education experience, as well as my previous job, were both, I think it's fair to say they were both deeply stressful. Because, that's just kind of how the tech industry is, isn't it? I guess this sort of, this bit here captures the sort of, you know, imposingness of it all, and the sort of, the bit out here being sort of out of reach, and then just, like, everything around just being a mess. Like, sometimes there's bars over the windows. Not often, but I feel like in this case it helps better get the feeling across of how this makes me feel in the dreams. Did anyone else have actual bars over the windows at their high school? No, but my college did. There were, like, several rooms in the college, especially, like, older ones, where they just had, like, bars across the windows. Building wasn't always, a college. It was originally, I believe it was a church? And then they sort of, like, kept building off of it after the building was sold. Which, you know, makes it interesting and architecturally. What's a color we haven't really used in here? I think I kind of want to move away from this bit of green here and maybe focus on green for, like, me. I think that works. So let's change this to this color. There we go. And how there's, like, a great blazing fire sometimes. Everything outside is okay. And there's no way to get there. And so you just feel very... I don't know. I'm trying to think of the words to describe it. Maybe I don't need the words to describe it. Maybe that's the point of the painting, you know? Just... It's a little difficult to, you know, like, depict what I'm trying to think of on a small scale with the tools that you're limited to in the game, but I don't know. I think that's kind of fun. There we go. You can decide if that's supposed to be eyes or tears. The Roxy Bee. For the 14 months. I really appreciate that. Whenever I have dreams like that, they end up making me feel, you know, like in the moment, very, like, isolated, very small. And so I think, you know, having that sort of in the corner here. I think that sort of gets that feeling across. Things are clearly very wrong and there's no way out. I think this is good enough.
Alright, brush is down. Let's look at the art. Oh, heck yeah. I don't know what's going on at all.
Well, you're not supposed to know what's going on in a dream. So it's exactly right.
It's quite complex. The touch of light green adds quite a bit. I can see you're a big fan of color.
I don't know why I read that. My immediate thought was like, you saying I'm gay? You're right, but... You're right on both counts, but...
Oh, I never remembered my dreams. So I had no idea what to do for this. Oh, I always remember mine. I always have so many. And they're so real feeling. I had trouble picking just one to draw for this. Soup, was this a real dream you had?
It was, more or less.
Alright. That's all for now. Your piece will go to the Gulp Swamp Campus, Soup. Keep practicing.
Let's do more. Let's do more. Take your places, everyone.
Take a look at this old classic.
Oh! Sheepies!
Fluffy Fluffy Sheep Sheep by Coco. Try to create your own version of it.
Okay. It's got sheepies in it. This is a good night sky color, I reckon. Thank you, Rebel Yell, for the 6 months.
Wow. 6. Anyway, hello Miss Holly.
Hi.
How is drawing treating you?
Good.
Have you done art yet?
I have. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And the subtitles are going out a lot more than they usually do tonight. Let me try flipping it off and on again and see if that makes any difference. It doesn't usually, so it probably won't this time, but worth a try. Let's go with... Is Soup the only one in the class who can use color paint? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Also, God, there's like a specific note in this song, where whenever it plays, I swear it's the like MIDI dog barking sound. Which, I mean, wouldn't surprise me if that's what it ended up being, but every time I'm like, wait, hang on a second, was that the MIDI dog? It is? Okay, good, I called it. I wasn't sure if I was just hearing things or not. Okay, that fills in these clouds. Let's get a little bit like this filled out, and then we'll get a good color for the second layer here. Like that. There we go. That's our clouds. Literally is, she added it because you are a little dog. I mean, that makes sense. The dog barking sound is really good, so it's it's good. I'm gonna take a bite of this pastry I have while I think about colors some more. It's like an apple cinnamon sort of thing. It's good. What if we did green? Hard to write a song people don't get tired of after 5,000 hours of painting. I can imagine. For what it's worth, I haven't gotten tired of this one yet, so I reckon you did a pretty good job on that, to put it lightly. Thank you, Raven Bonnefoy, for giving that gift sub out to Mothboy Benry. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure they do too. I think I want to go green for the sheeps. So, like, around this bit here, I'm putting my finger on the screen so I can get the approximation of where it goes, like here. And then we have fluffy sheep, fluffy little sheep, little arm poking out here. Sheep are very cute. They're a little bit stinky, but what animal isn't? Let's be honest. I think you could say that about basically any animal in the world. And that'll be a good sort of outer layer color. And then, for the adult sheep, let's use a different shade for their outline. This one. Yeah, that looks good. Have that going. This way. Do a little bit like going in like this to sort of emphasize the fluffiness of it. Silly, but that's okay, you know. I could spend all night agonizing over whether or not this picture is perfect, or, you know, I could just try and get something done. Sometimes I think just finishing something is more important. But, you know, I suppose that's a topic of debate. And I'm not really here to debate, I'm here to paint sheep. Not that color. Maybe... Is this the color I used for the outside? Yes, it is. So, not that one. This one? Nope. That's the other outline color I used. This one. There we go. There we go. There we go. And then... For, like, the head and the hands and stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Little sheepy paw. Paw here. Oh, cute. And then we have this little one here, holding the back. we get a bit more of this color going up this way. Sort of indicate that this is the hand that it is. It's the bigger one's hand. Zoom in a bit. No, not quite. There we go. Let's make this a different color then for the mouth, just so it... Sure. I'll take it. Then we have this little line here. That way, you know, it stands out a little bit from the outline of the fluffy exterior. Yeah. Now for the horns. What if I did, like, the same color that I used for the mouths? Mouths? For the horns. I'm having trouble speaking English today. Did like the big curly horns. Like the way these ones are all swirled. Spirals. This. It'll help if I zoom in a little. Yeah. Maybe I'll just make normal ways here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Stars in the sky. Yeah, we can get some more sort of traditional, sort of cartoony five-pointed stars. Get a couple that are like outlined. Easier said than done, but that's fine. Get a couple that are just dots. You know, I'm happy with this. I like this a lot. I'll take this later one. Yeah. I'm happy with the colors I picked. I think this is done.
Alright. Pencils down. Brushes, sorry. I can't fucking read today. Let's see how we did.
I'd say you captured the fluffiness.
The shapes are complex. There's a lot to think about.
It feels cozy, just like the original. It's really nice to look at. I could get lost in it.
I can tell you really like that dark blue.
I mean, yeah.
I appreciate your very color choices here.
Thank you, Sir B. for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. You were doing Mystery of the Druids, weren't you? There are gorillas in the walls. Is that good? Is that bad or good? Who's to say? Thank you so much. I hope stream today was a good time.
I want to sleep in a cloud too.
The druids were turned into gorillas and cursed into the walls. I'm gonna say that's bad.
Okay, that's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11th Master Gallery, Soup. Keep practicing.
It's time to paint. Take your places, everyone.
For today's assignment, I want you to express melancholy.
Oh, whoa. This one might be a bit intense for me.
Intensity isn't always bad, as long as you're comfortable. Art is all about expressing emotions. So let's take this chance to look inward and express ourselves honestly.
Melancholy. I suppose there's a lot of ways you can express something like this, you know, there's the very obvious, oh, you can just make a sad face and then crying, Thank you, Casual Bailoff.
With coffee.
Thank you for the 11-month resub. I really appreciate that. My goodness, that's a long time. Like, you could do the obvious here, but I don't feel like that's a very accurate or interesting or meaningful portrayal of, like, what melancholy means to me, so I don't want to do just that. I feel like a big part of that is going to be, like, limiting myself and, like, my palette that I can use, and I kind of want to just stick, to, like, this palette here, because of all of them, this one feels the most, like, you know that feeling you get in your head when you're having, like, a really bad depression spell and, like, everything feels kind of still and slow and sluggish, almost like every single thought you have is, like, being sieved through molasses? This palette kind of feels like that to me. But it also kind of reminds me of the Game Boy, like, the Game Boy Pocket palette. Which, you know, isn't a bad thing. That's Game Boy. Saw movie filter palette? I've never seen a single Saw movie, so I wouldn't know about that. For years, I thought that, like, the puppet in the movies was, like, a haunted doll, and, like, it was a series about being haunted, but no, it's some guy controlling it, which I learned, like, a couple of years ago, I suppose, and I don't know. I kind of lost all interest in the movies after that point. I was... Thank you, Scorpy, for the raid. I hope Minecraft was fun. We're painting. We're trying to express melancholy. And I'm trying to think about how to best do that. Not like this. Thank you, Captain Dumac, for the 14 months.
Isn't melancholy a type of dog? 9 months. Oh yeah.
And then, stripes. And then on the inside it's red. Melancholy.
Holly Tones bonus BB.
Thank you, Hollow Bats and Supernova Dad, for the resubs, and thank you, Tegative Kitten, for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. Now, this is a dog made of melon. It's not quite what I want to go for here. Hang on, who's this?
100 hours in my last pay period. Wanna put my money somewhere nice. Thanks for the relaxed stream.
Oh, that's awful generous of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Honey Man. And thank you, Sleepy Halls, for the 3-month resub.
Would you look at that? My bird is blue now. Isn't that neat?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Isn't controlling a puppet basically possessing an object while you're still alive? I mean, if you want to get, like, pedantic about it, yes, but I meant, like, I thought Saw was a supernatural series.
So many months.
Thank you, Felix Gadrick, for the whole year of subbing. I really appreciate that. So I guess it would be, like... Maybe I could just do stick figure on this. Maybe that's okay, because I feel like only capturing this as like a sort of quote-unquote low-effort caricature feels correct for like the sort of mindset I think of when I think of melancholy. Just sort of like Moth from Off.
New job. That means it's supporting Epic Creators time.
Hey, hell yeah! Congrats on your new job! I hope that's working out well for you. Thank you, Okimations, for the 11 months.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then sort of just like... sort of slouched over. And
Holly Tones draw that cool thing very nice.
oh, it's kind of you to say. Thank you, Wesley, for the tip. I appreciate it. Then we can go for like... I like the idea of having this like dividing line here. Sort of filling that in with a different color. This though without just like, you know, caricature of a person's face. I suppose something about it to me is like sort of like heaviness of it, the weight. I don't know if this is really expressing it necessarily, this just kind of feels like stink lines, but...
Hoo he nut.
Okay. Thank you for the tip. I like that I'm trying to have this, like, thoughtful analysis of how to visually express a feeling like this, and then just... people are saying sounds at me with their money. What else can I do here? Let this one sort of creep back on me. What else can I... I guess it does kind of look like seaweed, doesn't it? Yeah, it's sort of... that sort of, like, murky feeling where, like, it feels like everything you do is, like... slow and requires, like, a lot of effort, like when you're trying to, like, move around underwater without, like, swimming, sort of thing. I feel like that works, then, with the sort of... you know, how I sort of picture that feeling, then. Here as well. It's like no matter what you do, there's a current pushing you away, and the pressure of the water bearing down on you. I think there should maybe be like a little bit of harshness to this. Not that color, this color. Not quite. You know, I suppose we are a dog. We should probably include more dog-like ears, shouldn't we? There we go. That looks less like human and more like animal. It does look a little bit like a Kirby, doesn't it? Not really intentional, but I can live with that. What if we had one of them that just like got cut off? There we go. think. I think that'll do it. Just this one streak that's like something different, like a flash of something. Brief spark of intensity, whether it's something good or something bad, it still, lingers there amidst everything else. Yeah. I think this works.
All right, brushes down. Let's see what everyone did.
You've been through a lot lately, haven't you?
This assignment was a really tough one.
The shapes are diverse. There's a lot to take in. I like how you use just a touch of dark pink. I can tell you really like that dark blue.
Technical aspects aside, I think you expressed yourself well here. Totally.
That's all for now. Your piece will go to the Banquet Rainforest Canvas Soup. Keep practicing.
I almost misread that as the Rainforest Cafe, and I was like, oh god, they got Rainforest Cafe in this one? Have some more art. Take your places, everyone. The idea of having a solo exhibition at a Rainforest Cafe is funny to me, but also the idea of someone just taking your drawing and just, like, hanging it up in the middle of, a normal forest somewhere. Dog and hat? Dog and hat? Dog and hat?
The Wizard by Falafel. Let's try to recreate it.
Wizard. Wizard.
Let's think about what color to do for wizard. This game makes you feel creative and also makes you feel hungry. Yeah, that's why I ate immediately before I started streaming. And also why I gave myself a little pastry. Which I am currently chewing on. Which is why I'm not painting, because I have food in my hands. Oh, yeah, Internet Slug, this is like a complete and total, turnaround of mood. We gone from, like, deep and thoughtful look of, like, how to literally and, like, symbolically represent melancholy to, here is this cute dog that is a wizard. Draw this cute dog who is a wizard. Holly, please don't hurt this wizard. Listen, you know the rules. However, this one is a drawing. And it's also a dog. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have good news about the things on your screen. They're just images. They're not real. It's the magic of technology. They made that one painting about it. What's it called? Ceci n'est pas une expansion pack or whatever? the treachery of images or whatever. Soup isn't real? What are you talking about? I had soup the other night for dinner. It was delicious. It was pea soup. And then we can do, like, I like purple for the robes and whatnot, so let's go for that. Get, not quite like that angle, like this. That'll do for the basic outline. And then from there, let's work on individual bands of color. This darker bit down here, to which we can match. Is it this one? No, is it this one? Yeah, this one. This bit here. Nice, nice. Then we have another sweeping band here. God, whenever I think of the word sweeping and then something with the letter B, all I can think of is fucking sweeping beam from, what was it, Slay the Spire? Man, it's a game I haven't played in a while. Only seen snippets of this game, but you thought it was an adventure RPG with colors. It is! But right now we're at art school, so that we can learn about art. And I guess for the sort of lighter bits, we can use... this one, actually. I think that'll do. That's nice. This way. Let me get this big bit here. Let me get a lot more of it here. Is covered by doggy face. And also, yeah, the way you unlock more of these is by doing and like engaging with the sort of like adventure exploration parts of the game, which is a neat way of doing it, I think. I saw someone in my Discord was just sort of like musing the other day, like, oh, I wonder if like any of these puzzles are like locked behind like story progression, and it's like I don't think they are directly, but like, you know, indirectly they are, because you have to do story progress to get more abilities that let you explore more of the world, so that you can find more of the big presents and unlock more of the art lessons. So in a way it's kind of story locked, kind of, sort of. Doggy. Using this color for background, so let's get rid of this switch here. And we will nice light blue. Do like this is the part where I have to confess I have literally never in my life, and you know, like, I don't consider myself an artist, certainly not a visual artist, you know, I've got my talents, my creative talents. I like to think I'm good at, acting, voice acting, stage acting. I like to think that I'm good at, writing, you know, not like a professional level, but I don't have to be. I like writing. People have told me they like the things I've written. I wouldn't consider myself great at, like, visual art. You know, some people would, you know, tell me, no, you're really good. I like seeing the things you do, and it's like, you know, I appreciate the thought. Maybe that means I am a little better than I think. I have never been able to draw a dog. I have never, ever in my life been able to draw a dog. And here I am, drawing a dog. Oh, so we may be here a while. We may be here a while. I guess we can go with like this, and then we've got the floppy ear. Floppy ear. Chicory asks you to face off with dark, challenging parts of yourself, like the part that can't draw dogs! I mean, you're right! You're certainly not wrong, Shanghai Oh My. I guess, you know, the hat will be here anyway, so it doesn't matter too much how much I do this bit. And so... Oops, wrong button. Fill this in. Fill this in. Fill this in. I guess for this bit I can just push it in. And so this is our basic outline of Dougie. I think I've mentioned this on a stream before, but lately I've been obsessed with referring to dogs as Dougies and puppies as Pupies, and I can't stop. I literally am incapable of stopping. It may be a problem. It may soon pose to be a problem. What should I do for... Tabbed up by accident. Yeah, I'm concerned less about, like, the specifics of the shapes and trying to get it perfect, and more like, okay, how can I get the shapes to be good enough in my mind, and also what colors should I use? I've been kind of sticking to these, like, blues and purples and reddish colors. Yeah, do that for the mouthy bits. This, like... this darker red. The mouth outline. Trying very hard to ignore the fact that this just makes me think of the Joker. Let's put a dog on my face. You fooled me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Doggy's trick. I hope you enjoyed my impression of What If the Joker Was a Dog. Thank you very much. If you'd like to leave a very generous donation of $100, I've got my bank vault out by the front door. God, this looks extremely fucking funny when I'm just doing the outline like this. And then we've got the tongue. This will look better once I fill in other colors, I reckon. See, it's already looking less Joker-fied when I do this, which is nice. I guess this color works for me. And for the inside of mouth, we can do like this. Oh, okay. I said that as a joke. No, come on. I was doing a bit. You didn't have to. Come on. I just feel embarrassed. This game's soundtrack is so cool. It was really nice of them to get Cranky Kong to collaborate on it. Thank you, January, for the very, very generous tip.
Well, I guess that joke was pretty good.
God. Remind me not to make jokes about that anymore. I feel bad about it every time that someone actually ponies up. Make sure you're looking after yourself and taking care of your finances.
11 months, wow. BBB with you.
Thank you, Lou from Guitar Hero, for the 11-month resub. I really appreciate that. That's almost a whole goddamn year, isn't it? You know, as I get more color into this, I do feel much happier about how this looks. Sort of this color here. top rope. Oh, that covers up the entire ear there, so not quite. Start from here then and try and get the ear. I guess this hat's floppier than the original. That's okay. There we go. I'll say that's good enough. Color in. This. Get our darker color. That's not. No, that's not what I was going for. This. There we go. No? No. This. Hang on. It looks weird on my monitor. Is it the same color? It's down here, and then it's up here. It's the same color. Might just be my screen tilted weird. Yeah, it's possible. Just stick with this one for now. It's sort of like this. Let's just frame this out first before we worry about other colors. Let's just break this out first. The paint farting sound. Okay. This is what doggies look like to me. All dogs I see look like this. Which might be good or bad. You decide. Go with darker color. Then we've got this band of lighter, sort of ruffled in. Then we've got like a... It's too bright. Let's go with this. Bands of like lighter color. Hey, Funpocalyptic, enjoy your new skull. It's yours. Take good care of it. You gotta feed it every day, you know? It's not a toy you're taking care of. That's a real animal there. So make sure you're ready for that kind of commitment. Yeah. Doggy hat. Then we have the darker bit under here. The big brim. They called this dog Big Hat Linguini. And no one's really sure as to why, but preeminent scholars of the day think it might be on account of their really big hat. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh! Let's do this then. There we go. Maybe I just won't do this, actually. What is the color? Not this, not this. This? Nah. Some color I was just using. No. No. I already forgot what it was. Oh well, this is fine. Although, actually... This is like dogs to me.
Alright, brushes down. Let's see how we did.
What a wise-looking wizard! Do you think magic was real back then?
What do you mean back then? I think magic never stopped being real.
This guy gets it. This guy gets it. They know what's up.
There's good attention to detail. It's vivid and full of colors. I can really feel the focus on dark magenta.
I like to think this could be our ancestor. That's why we're so wizard soup.
I haven't thought about that's so wizard in years. And I really, really appreciate the implication here that either like that's so wizard is just like slang that has existed at some point in this world, or there is an equivalent to Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace, and Soup and Clementine both fucking love it. Honestly, I gotta give props to the writers where credit is due here. That's a great fucking gag.
Okay.
Didn't know that was from Star Wars? Yeah, there's a bit in Episode 1 where, like, Anakin is walking with some kids and one of the kids just goes like,
That was so wizard, Annie!
That's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11C Master Gallery, Soup. Keep practicing.
I don't remember if that friend had a name or not, or if it was ever important. That's So Wizard also appears in Lord of the Flies? Well, I've never read it, so I wouldn't know. I literally only know it from Star Wars. Maybe that says more about myself than it does about this video game, now that I think about it. Take your places, everyone.
For today's assignment, I want you to draw a portrait of a friend. It could be someone you really know and cherish. Or you could make someone up. Just try to capture their unique character in a painting.
Takes a picture for no reason. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just gotta resize the window a little bit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Moving this off to the corner so I can still see OBS if I need to. Let's see. You use this for a second take at a Chicory portrait? I thought that, but I kind of want to do something else. So I'm gonna do something else. That is a nice idea, though. So many of your friends painted Clementine for this one, including you?
Well, you know what they say, great minds think alike.
If it wasn't obvious what I was doing. Pickle is another cute one to do, yeah. Pickle is another good one to do, but I don't know. I saw Clementine there and I was like, well, I love her. I can't just not paint her. Let's see. Do the like little hair fluff. Then we have the it's orange. I wanted red. The red little hairband scrunchie that I gave her. And you know, it would probably be weird to, like, paint a human in this, but, it was my sister's birthday, recently. My real-life sister's birthday recently, and, it's one of the first, like, birthdays we didn't get to celebrate in person together, just because, like, you know, A, COVID restrictions, but B, she's recently moved to another province, and so, you know, but with, you know, travel restrictions and both of us, you know, having jobs and different schedules, weren't able to, like, you know, meet up in person for it. This year, you know, that's the way life goes sometimes. But you know, my sister is a wonderful person and is really important to me, and so, you know, I reckon in the act of painting our character's sister here, that's sort of like a tribute to my own sister, isn't it? That's what I think. Bigger. There we go. It's not quite. Oh, I have this one. There we go. It's a little bit more of a muted color. Not quite. I could try this. I like this, actually. Let's go with this. Then we'll get like her. Oops, no. I wanted to do sort of cuff of her hoodie. Swooping out like this. Swooping out like this. Glass red. We'll get some detailing in. Let's go with this color actually, and then we'll do the collar with this brighter one. And we can like detail it with some orange. Got the swooping bit there. Swooping bit there, and it's kind of just like that. Then we've got the outline here, the outline here, sort of this bit here. Yeah. I kind of want to redo the eyes and make them a bit higher up. I'm gonna do that. Let's have... There we go. Happy birthday, sis.
All right, Brushes down. Let's see how they look.
Now that is what I call a friend.
Oh gosh. I had no idea what to do for this one. I wish mine came out as good as yours.
I like the emphasis on dark blue. I appreciate your varied color choices here. I like how you use just a touch of pink.
I get a real sense of who this person is from the drawing.
Oh, do you?
Do you now?
So, I'd say you nailed it.
Okay. That's all for now. Your piece will be in brekkie soup. Keep practicing.
It's time to paint. Take your places, everyone.
Take a look at this old classic.
Make a nightmare judge for the tip.
And where did that other dog come from? Who is she?
Thank you.
Letting Go by Fries.
Thank you, cat girl Laura Palmer, for the 13 months.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
It sure is a Thursday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Let's try to recreate it.
Huh. Okay. Sword. All done. All done. Thank you, Senor Bob, for the 14 months.
14 months of Holly. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much for the 14 months. My goodness. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Doer Skeletor, for the 100 bits.
Howdy, Holly.
Hi.
Hope you are well. How is the funny painting game treating you?
Well, I'm painting a lot tonight, so I'd say it's treating me well, given how that's what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This orange and orange, and blue is a nice combo. I kind of want to mess with this palette. Look, it's perfect. It looks exactly like it. I see no difference. I keep referring to oranges as orange because of the the one Kermit the Frog and Cookie Monster thing where Kermit the Frog is like, okay, first clue, and then Cookie Monster keeps going, oh, it's Cookie, and then Kermit the Frog has an absolutely brutal moment, Muppet brutal moments. Don't look it up if you have a weak constitution. And he just goes like, no, it's not a cookie, it's an orange. It's round, small, and orange. It's an orange. I think about it a lot. Let's undo everything. It's all gone now.
The pained howl of the frog echoes through the deep.
What's the darkest color we've got on this palette? That's brighter. I guess it's this? This seems darker to me. Let's go with this then. And then we can have our sort of like this. streaking in. Thank you, Block Spiders, for the 13 months.
Just one more thing. Happy 13 months.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Getting a bunch of 13 months and so-abouts today. Thank you all very much for the support. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me, it does. I suppose I'll just dye this in and see how that looks. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! No, no, no! I forgot to seal off this bit. Ah, there we go. There we go. Warning, warning, there has been a containment breach. And then we have this bit of the sword here, so I guess I can just get that in advance. So that I know where to block out the sword. And I wanted to do, like, brown down here for the foliage. That seemed correct. Sort of bit of dead or dried out bits of bush and undergrowth and shrub. Withered. Withered. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Oops, no, wrong button. A bit like that. One color. A bit like this. This looks hard without a tablet. I mean, I don't have a tablet. I'm doing it. I reckon I'm doing all right. It's designed on purpose to be, like, hard to get super fine details in this. That's the point. But you know, you've got tools you can work with to help things along the way you'd like them to be. I reckon I've been doing just fine with mouse controls. And then we could do... color should we do for the greaves? It's purple for the background here. Let's do... maybe I should do the skulls first. Let me do first. I'll do... here. This one here. Get our normal brush. I think it's really hard to quantify skull here with our limited tool set, but maybe it doesn't have to be skull directly. Maybe it's enough that it's like, you know, wispy and ethereal, ephemeral, transient, haunting. I do like skulls, so it is a bit of a shame, but... is it this color? Yeah, it was this color. Let's go with that then. Let's do... a sec. I gotta turn a light on in my room. It's a little dark here. There we go. Forgot I started later than I normally do. And so I'm only like, what, 2-ish hours into the stream, and I'm like, oh, it's not usually this dark. But I'm only a little bit into the stream, but, you know, it's almost 9 o'clock, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, what, there, here, and here, okay. One of our feeties here. What's the name of a gauntlet, but it's like boots? What's the name of armored shoes for knights? I don't remember. Is it Greaves? Is it Greaves? I feel like it's not Greaves, but maybe it is. Never mind, a lot of people are saying Greaves, so maybe it is Greaves. Also seeing Sabatons a fair bit. Hey, Jane Inferno. Enjoy your new skull. Make sure you're taking good care of it. Then we can do like a bit of this purple. And we have our little knee-pad here. Our little knee-pad here. And here. And then we have... It's fairly squarish, the body. We can just go like this. There's a bit of a tattered cloth here. No deal. Swooping in this a ways. It's good here. We've got this arm here. And here. Shading. Get this color right, yeah. Upwards this way, and then this. Might have to redo the placements of some of these skulls. That's okay. That's okay. I can paint them again. They're not too hard to do. Let's undo that bit. And hey, who's to say we gotta have the exact amount of skulls there were in the old one? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. D. That. Make this bit smaller. Have this circle like this instead. Then this in. These in. here for... Yeah, that looks better. I'm not much good at drawing big armored folks, but always did have an appreciation for it. Always wanted to be good at drawing stuff like this when I was a kid. Of course, you know, when I was younger, I didn't realize that the secret to getting good at something was, you know, to practice it. I just assumed, well, if it was something I was meant to be good at, I'd already be good at it anyways, which is a very backwards way of thinking, but I guess it makes sense when you're like 4 or 5. You're not really focused on critical thinking, you're more focused on, like, Super Mario. He can jump, but I can't. Why? I guess I'm just not meant to do super jumps. I mean, that's true. Humans aren't meant to do super jumps. But... not quite the same sort of train of logic. Love this horn just going off screen. And then... for the big sword... I like the idea of using the background color again. And taking, no, this. There we go. Much better. So we can start this. There we go. And we'll get this holes, which is like here. Yeah. Then we've got the armored hand holding it. I might have limited myself a little too much with my colors choices here, but oh well, you live with your mistakes. It's not perfect, but that's fine. I reckon I can't do much better unless I just restarted the whole thing completely, and you know what? I don't need to do the whole thing again over completely because the original still exists. This is just a different take on it. It's fine that it's not exactly like the original was, because it doesn't have to be. It's not supposed to be.
Alright, brushes down. Let's see how we did.
So gloomy.
Yeah, but also kinda cool.
You have truly captured the coolness of this piece.
There's a lot of intriguing detail. I can't help but notice the splash of blue. I like the emphasis on dark purple. Okay, that's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11th Master Gallery, Soup. Keep practicing.
I know how we can practice by doing some more art. Take your places, everyone.
For today's assignment, I want you to express anger.
Oh no, one of these.
I know it might be difficult for some of you, but we all feel negative emotions like anger. And art can be a safe and healthy way to express those. So express yourself. Channel your deepest inner anger and put that on the canvas.
Let's make this background a nauseating green. That's a way to start. Excuse me, I had a hiccup. When I think of anger, I think of, like, am I gonna express anger or make a picture that causes anger? The first one is my intent. I don't really care if the second one is the result. If you get mad at this picture, just don't look at it. Just close the tab. Just leave the gallery. Just go outside. Go read a book. So, like, I have an idea for what I want to do with this, and sort of like, no, not quite like that. I guess more if, like, it's not connecting. Just like all these sharp inward lines pointing towards this. And then, like, a larger sort of version of it with the stark red. And, like, and then a lot of sort of jagged edges. When I think of anger, anger is something that's very, like, overwhelming, to a point of almost being, like, overbearing, like this horrible, like, all-consuming, sort of, like, almost righteous fury, and how, you know, when there is something that makes you feel, like, really, really, really angry, it, like, it makes you feel very large, like, you know, like, puffing up your chest, projecting your voice, motion, like a flailing of the limbs and the body, but at the same time, anger is an emotion that can, like, very much, like, overwhelm you, and maybe not consume you is the word, because, you know, anger can be consuming, but it isn't always necessarily. It sort of, like, becomes, like, the loudest, most prominent part of you, and it makes the rest of you feel very small. And so, like, I want to express that with sort of, like, the sort of smaller version of the face juxtaposed with, like, the much, much larger, version of it, like, not quite like it's eating it, but almost like it's, like, It's on the precipice. It's on the razor's edge. I suppose that's the feeling I want to capture. Your head kind of hurts about it? Uh-huh. So we've got these lighter colors down here. Sort of thing. I also like the idea that, you know, it's you can view it as sort of like consuming and subsuming the smaller face here, or almost like it's like protecting it, guarding it. Because, you know, I feel like that's an aspect of anger too, you know? Like, thank you, Red Planet of Mars, for the tip.
Ah, what a beautiful color, a dinosaur.
I suppose it is, isn't it? Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. Like, you know, a lot of the time, the things we get angry about, like, not always, you know, there's some times where anger is misplaced, or where it comes from, like, a place of selfishness, or, like, confusion, or, like, being scared or not understanding, but, like, I feel like in a fair number of situations, like, the reasons why we get angry are because, like, there's something we care about, and we're trying to, like, I don't know, like, maybe protect it in some way, and so I want, like, that's another sort of thing I want to, like, sort of capture with the sort of smaller version of the face here in the corner. I guess we can do, like, this sort of bit around it, and then again, have the red sort of overlaying that. You know, anger is exhausting, it's draining, it's often very scary, but, you know, it's an emotion, it's a human feeling that we express, and it's something we feel for a reason.
Hey Holly,
Hi.
glad I could catch your stream. Heard that you got your second vaccine. Hope
I
it
did.
didn't hit you too hard and you're enjoying your new superpowers.
Thank you. I am. Again, I feel like maybe this says more about, like, the level of, like, pain and discomfort I unfortunately feel on a regular basis, but, like, aside from, like, my arm being very sore the day afterwards, a lot of what I was just thinking was, like, is this it? Is this it? And then I woke up today and I felt fucking unkillable, so... You know, not to say I felt nothing, I was, like, very much, dizzy and lightheaded and, like, nauseous at some points and, like, stiff and sore, but, like... It wasn't so much, like, oh god, this is awful, as much as it was, like, oh god, this is how I feel, like, maybe once or twice a month. Which maybe raises some questions and fears about my body, but that's nothing new. That's certainly nothing new, unfortunately. Yeah, it was just something like that, Frankie. Regrettably and unfortunately, you understand. But yeah, I think something like this. It's pretty indicative of how I'd want to express something like anger.
Alright, brushes down. Let's see how they look.
Whoa.
I guess more like woof.
Wow.
Yeah. This one was easier for me than I thought. Turns out I had a lot to express.
It looks like Soup did too.
There are a lot of shapes to appreciate.
Oh, I'm saying this every day, thank you.
Your sparing use of light teal is pleasing. I can tell you really like that blue-green.
I struggled a lot on this one. I guess I'm not as in touch with my feelings. Nice job, Soup.
Yeah, I do kind of wish that you could have seen like what everyone else painted, but you know, it's understandable why they didn't put that in. It's would have been a lot of like, you know, development or artwork overhead for something that realistically not a lot of players would see. So like I get it.
That's all for now. Your piece will be at Desert Mountain, Soup. Keep practicing.
And what better way to practice than more art lessons? Take your places, everyone.
Take a look at this old classic.
Oh, I like this a lot, actually.
A Breezy Field by Vanilla. Do your best and try to recreate it.
Done. Wait, no! That was an accident. I hit the done button by accident. Let's see if that auto-saved. Oh, let's see. Okay, let's do a class. Take a look at this old classic. We're good. We're safe. Oh God. I can't believe I did that. I like the idea of this orange. Hollow unnecessary risks tones. Listen, would it really be a Holly stream if I didn't do something stupid? Would it really? Would it really? We can have sort of silhouette of the mountain in the distance. I like the idea of this being like sort of evocative of like an autumnal sunset. And that's what I'd like to try and go for. Go for this lighter color here. And let's just sort of scratch this bit out. Color this in this ways. Oh, that looks nice. That's a nice color combo. fan of that, I am. Wispy smattering of the darker color over on this side. I've always been really taken with mountains. They're very pretty. Mountains are cool. And if you see one, well, that's great. That's my, that's the wrong button. That's my life motto, as it were. In your first playthrough, you were not prepared for the first memory prompt and tried to click done in the hopes that it would let you do it later, only for it to treat it as a finished piece. Oh no! Oh no! Oopsie daisy. Oopsie doodle doo. Then for... we've got this sort of like field of wheat, it looks like, almost. You can get this. Sort of sprinkling of plants growing here.
First time tuning in, and I gotta say that I'm enjoying myself.
Hey, hell yeah!
You should add a tiny bird on the very top of the mountain.
How small can I make this? There we go. That's your bird. Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. Let's go for... bit of this brighter yellow. Let's go. Put it down here. Actually, maybe I should just, like, take the... get rid of all the orange here. There we go. Sort of lay this out like this, and then, after that, layer on the sprinkles of the other colors sort of thing. Use this as a backdrop, and then we can get... yeah, there we go. That's much better. That's much better. This wasn't looking quite like I wanted it to with the orange. No, this isn't based off like a classical painting, but this is based off of like the devs commissioned like different artists to make works like specifically for this game, and so it's based off of those submitted works. Credits for all the original authors. Oops. You know, in the game's credits, which is cool. Then we can sort of get like strands of individual stalks going down here. Oh, were all the paintings done by backers? Is that true? I just assumed it was like they commissioned artists. Then we can get this sort of color here. Sort of dusting the grasses down here. Unevenness of it. Smattering this. 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 Then for our character, we've got maybe I want something that stands out better against the mountain. Although actually, this looks almost like haunting against the backdrop here. And then for the dress, we could go for blue. Transfer me for the 6 months.
Art looking good, Holly.
Oh, thank
Also,
you.
every 6 months.
You know, I keep saying this, I'm by no means a visual artist, but, you know, I gotta say, I went into this being like, well, I'm not so good at making pictures, I'll just kind of do whatever, and now I'm coming out of it every day thinking, you know, I'm proud of the work I did in this, actually. I quite like the work I did in this, actually. We'll save that for the scarf coloring later. And that, you know, that feels good. Feels very good, it does. Grass down there in a fun way, actually. I like that. Then we can have this, and then this will be our hat. Little bow. And then sort of like a circle up here for the top part of the hat. And then we've got our around here. Outlining on the head. Silhouette of the arm on the other side. And we've got that little bit of ribbon on the wrist as well. rustling in the wind, blowing. Color choices here are good? Oh, thank you. At the very least, I am very proud of my, like, choice in colors. Throughout most of these, that's the recurring thought for sure. A bit of a smattering of this color. Yeah. There we go. I think we're done. Don't forget the little fox's smile. Oh, that's not a smile. This to me is not a happy face. This is like morose. This is wistful. This is like reflecting on something that you wish could have been different. Contemplative. I think sort of having the face in this one be like basically completely obscured, and so you can't really like tell exactly like what they're thinking or how they're feeling. I think that works. I think that works really well. It does look a bit like a smile when it is shrunk down like this, doesn't it? That little tuft of fluff.
All right, brushes down. Let's see how we did.
It feels mysterious, just like the original.
I wonder what the artist was thinking about.
There's a lot going on here. I can tell you really like that orange.
Yeah, I do. My favorite colors are orange and purple.
I can't help but notice the splash of orange.
You just said the orange already.
This was a tough one for me. But you did great, Soup.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, that's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11th Master Gallery, Soup. Keep practicing.
You already know what it is. Take your places, everyone!
For today's assignment, I want you to create a cool or scary creature. We've done a cute creature before, but I want to see you express something more intense. Think about where your creature might live, or what sorts of things it eats. That might give you a clue to figure out its form.
Holly, stop, it is too scary.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Unofficially Jam, for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Do I just make another BB, though? Do I just make another BB, though?
will die.
I'd be interested to see you make something new for this, but also Dark Souls font BB is hilarious.
You're right, that is hilarious. You're right, that is hilarious. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. A cool or scary creature? Beam! Beam! Oh god. Beam! Beam! I think that's pretty cool. It looks a bit like Homer Simpson mouth. Which is funny. I've made this Simpson bird.
Marge! They're making me shoot beam attacks! Marge!
I've made a Homer Simpstrosity. Now this is a creature. Now this is a creature. It's gotta have that Simpsons awful, like, blue. And then the clouds. No, 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 no! And then the clouds. The nuclear power plant. And it's billowing smoke. Hi, Catherine. It is cool or scary. You're right. Smog. What have I done? What have I done?
Oh, cool!
Grr.
I wouldn't want to meet this one.
Why not? It's awesome. The shapes are diverse. There's a lot to take in. I can't help but notice the splash of pink.
Splash is one way to call it. It certainly is a splash attack.
I can really feel the focus on yellow.
It's super, super cool. It reminds me of this movie I really love. Maybe you've heard of it. It's called The Simpsons Movie.
Maybe it has a kind heart, though. That's what I like to think.
Oh, I just realized that, our buddy in the corner going grr was probably meant to be like, oh yeah, like oh, I'm making a scary monster noise, grr. Jesus Christ, Simpsons rim. At first I was interpreting it as like they were mad at the picture, and I was like, why? Why are you mad? Why are you mad at my Simpsons beast? Why could you hate this beautiful creature? Your piece will be at the Simmer Springs Resort. Oh god, we're putting it at the resort. Everyone on vacation at the resort is going to be subjected to Simpson. Awesome! I've been sitting for a while. I gotta get up and have a bit of a stretch. I'm gonna swap on over to the BRB screen. And I'll be back real soon. You know, make sure you're getting up and having a stretch. Get yourself something to drink, something to eat if you haven't done that in a while, all that stuff. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. I'll be back real soon. welcome back. To myself, I guess. Unless you also went up and, you know, got a stretch and all that, in which case, welcome back to you too. I went to go feed my cat. I went to go feed my Lola. And she was so happy to eat some mush out of a bowl. Because she's just a baby. And I pet her and I pet her and I pet her. She was very soft today, like all days. And, she was sleeping in her little basket earlier, and I said, "Hi, kitten," and she looked at me and she gave me a big happy kitty squint. And I went to go pet her and I leaned in to give her a little headbutt, and she put her nose up against mine. That was much earlier in the day. To be fair, beef stew's mush and you enjoy the shit out of that. I mean, fair. You've got a good point. It is the most primal thing I can think of to simply enjoy a little bit of mush out of a bowl. It is that which makes us human, and it is that which makes all animals human as well. And I guess also fungus, because those guys eat mush and make mush. Not so much out of a bowl, but, you know, decay, rot, that stuff. How's everyone doing today? Enjoying the stream so far? Like I said, more laid-back streams this week, just because of, like, just in case the COVID vaccine decides to come back and kick my ass again. And I didn't realize exactly how many painting lessons I had left, so, like, we might just be doing painting tonight. We might just be doing painting tonight. Which I'm okay with. You got the day off tomorrow? Hell yeah. I'm feeling good. I've been healthy and hearty and hale. I slept for like 9 to 10 hours last night, and I woke up feeling powerful, which was nice. I've got a bit of ice cream. Which I suppose I can enjoy while I'm painting. If there are any early birds out there that want to get a quick sticky beak peek into stream plans, I will say I have laid out the tentative schedule for next week's streams. So if you want to look at that, you can just go on like the schedule page and flip forward to next week. You can get a little look at what we'll be doing. Did I become a crocodile yet? No. And I don't think I ever will because I'm a human. Mother-daughter hangout day tomorrow? Hell yeah! I hope that goes well. I hope you have a good time. You wish you were a crocodile? Well, you know what they say about wishful thinking. I don't know what they say about wishful thinking. But yeah, the big thing, which I guess I like technically revealed already in my my Google Doc, where I put stream games and stuff. The next big playthrough I'm starting next week on Friday is Psychonauts, which I've never played yet. I've been wanting to play for years. Figured, you know, might as well get to it now. Like you thought, Bane, for the 12 months.
Damn.
God damn, yeah, it's been a whole year, hasn't it? Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Yeah, I figured that would make some folks real excited. I've seen some folks recently talk about how they've been getting into it or playing it again, and, you know, a lot of other folks talking about how they're excited for the sequel coming out soon, and I figured, well, I've not played this game yet. I've wanted to for years. I've owned it for years. I've never played it. I might as well. I like 3D platformers. It's got a cool art style, it's got cool powers in it, it's got a fun story. It seems like all the cards in the deck are stacked to be something that I would very much enjoy, and so I reckon I ought to give it a try sooner rather than later. I don't think I'll be getting Psychonauts 2 right away, just because, like, unfortunately it is like a full price AAA game, which means it's $80 before tax in Canada. So, a little pricey, unfortunately. I suppose I can justify it for a job, so, like, if I really, really, really like Psychonauts the first one, I could probably, you know, get it, but I will probably wait and see. Gonna be free on Game Pass. I don't really like fucking with subscription services in general, so I don't really do that, regardless of, like, how money efficient it would be for me or not. I don't know. I really don't like them very much. It's why I, like, just buy and download all my music instead of using Spotify or whatever. I'm gonna blow my nose, and then we're gonna get back to painting. It's like, it's part of the whole, like, oh, well, I just like buying and downloading all the stuff is why part of me feels kind of bad, unless it's like a huge name AAA company or whatever being like, hey, do you want to play and stream our game? Whenever it's like smaller indie folks being like, hey, if you want, we could give you a key for our game and you can stream it, like, if it's something that I wanted to play anyways, I feel bad just being like, I mean, I want to buy it though, I want to give you my money, even if, like, technically you giving a free key means people will probably see the stream and want to buy it and that'll generate more revenue, like, I still want to give you my money. I still want to support, you know, smaller developers. Anyway, I've blown my nose. Let's play some painting. I'm gonna take another spoonful of ice cream. And we're gonna see what our next painting is. Take your places, everyone.
Take a look at this old classic. Oh! The Bachelor Party by Plantain. Let's see how you will bring it to life.
I am delighted by this picture. Holy shit. This, extremely makes me think of Louis Wayne, who is one of my favorite classic painters. He did a lot of pictures of cats. Very expressive faces. Go look him up if you've never seen his work before. That's Louiswain. Louis Wayne. Wait, is this actually just a Louis Wayne picture? Is this actually just a picture by Louis Wayne? That's probably why I was thinking that it looked like a Louis Wayne, because it's actually just a Louis Wayne. Okay. I just assumed this was like someone doing a picture heavily inspired by Louis Wayne. I didn't realize it was actually one of his paintings. That rules. Well, I already immediately feel bad. This is one of my favorite artists of all time. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to do this justice. Oh no! Oh no! This is the hardest prompt. Oh, Mr. Wayne, I'm sorry. I'm so full from drinking cat drinks. Yum. And then I can do the bottle. The bottle. Give me the bottle. This looks like absinthe. Absinthe. I've never been sure how to pronounce it. I don't remember if there's a T in there or not. Give me the cola. What's this little rectangle over here? Give me the kitty cat. It is absinthe? Okay. I know for a fact, literally, the reason why I have so much trouble pronouncing it, is because of little-known game, very, very small, underground, from a developer you've probably never heard of called Supergiant Games, little-known, like, overlooked game, name of Bastion, and there's, one of the power-ups you can get in that is called Stabsynth, or Stabsynth, or something like that, and because there's a T in that, when I see normal absinthe, I'm like, yeah, there's supposed to be a T in there, right? There's a T in that one, huh? Right? Well, I reckon it'd go around here. And then there'd be a little drinky over here. Luckily, the Stabsynth caused the game to be a massive flop, exactly. No one will ever get tricked like I have, and by the way, I've never been tricked before. Hey, good night, Mark Lavania. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and a good sleep. I guess we could make this one a dark blue. I'm feeling like a deep, dark blue for this one. No. I think Bastion's a neat game overall. It definitely feels nowadays like it was their first game, because, you know, it was, and it has the problem that I feel like all Supergiant games have, where, like, I like most of their story, and then there's, like, some significant chunks of it where, like, I think about them and I'm like, I don't know about this, actually. I kind of wish this was different. Like, something, like, in Bastion specifically, something about, like, apologies, this is spoilers for Bastion, which is a very old game, so, if that's, like, something you're trying to avoid, I suppose, tune out for a bit. But like, something about just the narrative and like design decision of like, okay, for this last bit of the game, where, you know, we've been talking about the Ura people and like the native people of this land and how they've been downtrodden, and like put down by like the people that came and colonized this place, and all of that, and how, like, you know, the calamity was caused because they wanted to specifically get rid of them and things like that. Okay, now go to their home and kill like hundreds of them. It's like, did we really have to make the game go there, though? Did we really have to make that be what we did, though? I'm not so keen on it. It's like, I get that the whole point is like, yeah, we need the narrative tension right at the end of the game, but it's like, did this have to be it, though? Did it have to be this? So that's always on my mind whenever I think about replaying that game. For better or for worse. There are other Supergiant games, like Pyre, which is my favorite of all the Supergiant games, where, like, for the most part, I like its narrative, like, a lot better in terms of, like, what it's trying to do and say and where it goes. But there's, like, one of the characters and, like, one of the classes associated with that character is, like, oh, this is, like, the person that, like, lives out in the wilderness and has, like, is, like, in touch with, like, nature and, like, the moon and stuff like that, and, the class for the character is called Savage, and it's... I don't know, it's like, I feel like I get what they were going for, because it's like, oh yeah, this is, like, how they were viewed by, the awful society that we're trying to overthrow because it's awful and, like, horrible to its people, but, like, I don't know, even then it still feels weird to me. That's an unfortunate, like, recurring trend for me with Supergiant games, is there's always, like, there's always, like, a couple of, like, big things that's like, this kind of bites, he could have done this different. I've not actually played Transistor yet, so I don't know if that's also the case for that game. I want to play it one of these days. No spoilers, obviously. Although, I mean, like, I've seen chunks of it, throughout the years, so, like, I know bits and pieces about it, so I guess if, like, someone brings up a specific thing, it's not the end of the world, but... just realized I've made, like, a weird Sonic the Hedgehog. Luckily, Hades is about Greek gods who've never done anything bad ever! I've kind of just made a Sonic the Hedgehog type of deal, didn't I? Transistor felt homophobic to you? I don't know, I've heard a lot of people talk about what I'm pretty sure you're talking about with that, and... I don't know if, like, that's how I feel about it, but, like, I get why people have that complaint, because it's like a... They're doing a gay tragedy, where it's like, oh, the gay character who has a crush on your character, is also a villain, and, like, does some of the things she does because she's motivated by the fact that she's in love with you, or something like that, and it's like... Again, I don't know exactly how it's executed, so I can't say much about it, but I know I've heard some folks whose opinions I trust who say they liked it a lot, and I know some folks whose opinions I trust who say that it didn't land for them, so... it's the sort of thing where I'll have to come to my own conclusions about it. Feels like a case of they didn't intend to make something hurtful, but the unfortunate implications are still there. I mean, yeah, that's the read I get on, like, every single, Supergiant Games hiccup I have, is like... This wasn't designed from the perspective of they wanted this to be hateful or hurtful, but, like, you know, it mayhaps could have been handled better. I suppose this cat's good enough. Product of the times. It's in a similar vein to that, yeah, but I think it's less product of the times and more just product of, like, the perspectives of people on the team or whatever. I don't know. I get what you mean, though. What color should I use for the other cat? I'm gonna have another bit of ice cream. Well-intentioned but lacking viewpoints? Yeah, exactly. Like... I mean, at the end of the day, the hurt is still there, so it's like... I'm not gonna blame anyone for being like, yeah, I don't, like, want to engage with this anymore because of this specific thing, in the same way that I'm not really necessarily gonna blame anyone for being like, yeah, I think this bit sucks, but, like, I think there's still value to the rest of this. Media's complicated like that. Art's complicated and weird and messy. And sometimes you want to say something and you miss the mark on it. That's not really the exact conclusion to what I was talking about, I guess. But it's a conclusion. Just got here, what are we talking about? This cat that looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. Thank you, Melody of Tin, for that 7-month resub.
Cats.
It's just one cat right now, but there will be a second soon. Thank you for the 7 months of support, I really appreciate that. Feel like if you're gonna try and make those kinds of statements, it should feel like there's more care taken. I mean, I agree with you, yeah. Let's go with this. Oh wait, these cats are wearing monocles, I just realized. Hang on a tick, hang on a sec. Hang on just a moment.
Oh! Oh, my fine sirs.
Oh, it is time for a delicious drink tonight. Oh, you need a collar, you do. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good is what that is. Hi, Duke. Hope you're having yourself a good evening. So we've got this bit here, and then we've got the sort of snarl down on the cheeks. Sort of darker toned here. Nose. And then, how about for you we do this color of the eyes, this color of the eyes, and then just looking over like, bro, what are you doing? Bro, what are you doing? Stream's been picking up your spirits? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I hope you feel better soon, Duke. Tiny glass. You need a tiny glass. You need a tiny shot glass for cats is what you need.
I love Darkworld Garfield and his Cheshire Cat friend.
This is kind of an inverted colors Garfield, isn't it? Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Thank you, best friend Mothman, for the 14 months.
Holly. I'm gay.
That's great. Good for you. Monocle time. Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate that. Let's go for Burble. Looking over like, I'll have what I'm having. Nice. And then we'll get like... These two are different. Okay, let's get smattering of these in the background. Sort of, liven up the background a bit. There we go. Make that little bit of like outline there to show that this is the label, and so that I keep not seeing it as a bong instead. Very weird bong, mind you, but there we go.
All right, brushes down. Let's see how we did.
Oh, I wish I could be at that party too.
Which one are you? I'm the one on the left.
Your left or my left?
The shapes are complex. There's a lot to think about. I like how you use just a touch of dark pink. I appreciate your varied color choices here.
I'm probably the one on the right. They look like they were having fun. I can feel that in your painting too.
That's it for now. Your piece will be in the 11th Master Gallery, Soup. Keep practicing.
And what what better way to practice than doing more art lessons? Take your places, everyone.
For today's assignment, I want you to express love. Think deeply about this one. Love is universal, yet everyone's experience of it is unique. What does love feel like to you? What does it look like? I want you to express that. All right, brushes down. Let's see how they look.
That's really beautiful, Soup.
Feels right to me.
You can feel the space on the middle. There's an even balance of value. It's clear and simple.
You know, I've never really been in love. But I'd like to feel like this someday.
Okay, that's all for now. Your piece will be in dinner, Soup. Keep practicing.
All right, what's next? Maybe I should have done a bi flag because maybe Soup is bi. I don't know.
This is it, everyone. The final lesson. Of course, I've saved the most intricate piece for last. This class will challenge your every artistic skill. We'll be doing a master study of... horse! Portrait of a Horse Looking Back by Korn. Striking, isn't it? Put all your heart into it and see what you can make.
Horse. Horse. Horse.
Horse.
Shoutouts to lesbians.
Hey, I'm one of those.
Pride, lesbian pride, lesbian pride.
Thank you, Kimmy, for the 5-month resub. I appreciate that. I suppose I should actually try and draw a horse. This is what you all came here for. This is why you're all here tonight. You wanted to see me draw a horse. You didn't want to cop out. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. And that's what you're gonna goddamn get. What color should I use for a horse? How about orange? You kind of want to cop out? Here's your cop out! I was about to ban you as a joke, but then I would have felt bad. pretend I banned you as a joke, and that's the cop out. Me copping out is by not following through on it. There you go. Thank you, Caillou877, for that brand new sub. I appreciate it.
Horse.
I do appreciate a message in chat I have just read that just says, "What a big vat you have."
Horse.
My, what a beautiful this that you have. Well, the better the vat you with.
Horse. Horse. Horse.
I love the shape of this animal I've created. So for the eyes, they should be green. How's this color? So let's get this bit here. We've got this sort of downways bit going down this way. Mix that in with some of this. We'll then use this bit here instead. Add a bit of this towards this top bit. This is a sniffing beast. This is a beast for smelling.
Chicory, a colorful horse.
It's a pretty colorful horse. Thank you, Rosa Rosa, for the bits. I appreciate it. This horse is happy. This is a happy horse. Wow. I should move the position of the eyes a little bit. There we go. Happy horse. Wow. A different color for the eyes. There we go. do some texture to the background, sort of like the foliage here and the smoky, wispy bits. It's so animal! It's so fucking animal! Oh, I love this beast. Animal. I spend all of my day and all of my nights enraptured by Beast. Beast's in the shop. We'll let them in if it's this one. I feel enlightened. I feel whole. Complete.
Alright, brushes down. Let's see how we did.
Chills.
This one always freaks me out.
It's quite complex. It's full of varied colors. You made good use of that blue-green color. Okay, your piece will be in the 11's Master Gallery, Soup. And that's it. You've completed every art class we have to offer. Congratulations! Please, take this honorary degree.
For a second, I thought that we were gonna get like one of the garbage pickups or something.
Your studies may be done here, but you should never, ever stop practicing. Your artistic journey never ends. Well done, Zoop. You are unquestionably a master of art now. But there's always room to continue improving. I hope you'll take your newfound skills across picnic. I had dreams of being a wielder once, but Blackberry was my contemporary. So there was never a hope of me taking that mantle. But I think it was all for the best. I found a true passion for teaching. I love watching students find their own voice through art. It's an honor and a privilege to support them on that journey.
You know what, Quinoa? You're alright.
Congrats on finishing classes, Soup. I'm kinda jealous. You seem to have everything pretty figured out.
No. Not even for a moment.
Graduation's creeping up on me, too. Mom and Dad kinda expect me to move out, but... yeah, I still have no idea what I'm gonna do.
I thought you wanted to be an artist.
I mean, I like doing art, but I don't know about being an artist. Can I tell you a secret? tattoos.
Whoa. Why is that a secret?
I don't think Mom and Dad are gonna like it. I mean, it's not the same as being the wielder. I want to do something that makes them proud. Especially after going through school. They gave a lot up for me. I love them both so much. I feel like just doing something like that. I don't know.
Clementine. I was a barista and a janitor after I moved out. I really never figured my stuff out. But they've always loved me just the same.
I know. But it's different. Soup, you've always been kinda all over the place. And you know we still love you to bits, but like, for me, I think Mom and Dad expect more. I'm really scared of disappointing them. Sorry, Soup. I didn't really mean.
I know. I understand how you feel. It doesn't matter what you do, Clementine. I'll love you no matter what. You feel the same about me, don't you?
Of course I do. We all do.
Don't you think Mom and Dad feel that about you too? As long as you're happy, doing what you want, I know they're gonna be proud of you.
Oh.
I think I knew all that, but guess I just needed to hear it. Thanks, Soup. Oh. Oh, they care about each other. Nothing else in here to say? Okay. Okay. Well, that's art school. Let's go visit the gallery. Let's go see and hear about the things that we painted. Gallery was, what, here? Oh, right, I can climb up walls now. I forgot. I can slime up trees. Oh, hey! You're here. Classic painting.
Fluffy Fluffy Sheep Sheep by Coco. This was one of our newest additions to the gallery. Coco first came to Picnic from a faraway place. But she had a big influence on Picnic's art history. There's such a warmth and kindness to her art, isn't there? It makes you think the artist must have had a kind heart too. The Wizard by Falafel. This piece is old, but not that old. Falafel dressed and posed his figure to evoke the medieval era. It all adds to make quite a charming piece, no? Letting Go by Fries. It's a historical piece about the lasting impact of the brush wars.
The what? I'm sorry, the what? Interesting.
It's a really dark piece, tonally and visually. The the only source of light are the spirits of the night's fallen comrades. It works visually, but it's also kind of a nice metaphor, isn't it? They're finally letting go of those they lost and gives them some warmth. Let's hope there's never another brush war.
Yeah, let's hope, huh?
A breezy field by Vanilla. You can really feel the breeze in this one, can't you? The pose, the dramatic landscape. This one is a mood. It's strongly from the anime period of art history. I love all the artists in this gallery, but Vanilla might be my favorite. In an era overflowing with wonderful art, hers stood out. I'd give anything to see what her original colors were like. The Bachelor Party by Plantain. Plantain's a really interesting character historically. They say that later in his life he suffered greatly from violent mood swings and mental illness. His art also got a lot more experimental and interesting. Some psychologists actually studied how his art changed over his life, as a window into his shifting mental state. But the more they scrutinized it, the less it explained anything to do with his mental health. Goes to show how stigmatized mental illness is. Any old artist can draw weird stuff, and it's fine. What if they're artists suffering from mental illness? Their experimentation is evidence of their madness. Kind of a double standard, right? Folks see romance in the idea of a mad artist. But struggling with mental health doesn't help anyone make anything. If anything, it's amazing that Plantain could still paint so late in his life. I like to think painting helped give him some peace and balance. His characters still make me smile anyways.
See, that's really neat, especially because, like, that painting is just straight up like a Lewis Wayne painting. That's like literally, like, word for word, just like art history about Lewis Wayne. So, like, there you go. There's your history lesson about, one of my favorite painters of all time.
Portrait of a Horse Looking Back by Corn. It's the very last missing piece. Amazing job. There's just so much to unpack about it, too. The figure is nude, but the focus is solely on their expression.
Oh god, yeah, that's true. It's an animal, so, like, of course they'd be like, oh yeah, it's nude. It's not got any clothes on.
Despite that, you can feel them laid bare before you. That coquettish look over the shoulder. And looking back has a double meaning, doesn't it? They seem to be looking back at us, but what else lies behind them? It all adds to the timeless mystery of their expression. But of course, the most salient detail, the hyperrealism. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? It's almost realer than real. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. That's how you know Corn was a real master.
We did it. We filled out the entire gallery. Thank you, Emphatic, for the 13 months.
Hans!
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Can we see the horse painting again? You know what? Sure. For old time's sake. Wait, what's up here? I've been here, right? I've been here. Excuse me. Oh, hi!
Whoa! A whole art gallery devoted to soup! It's like a dream come true! Every piece you do pierces right to my soul! Being here, it's like a never-ending conversation with you. Oh, I just want to soak it all in.
Horse. Horse.
Okay, that tapped me out to save that gif.
Horse.
I really like this part of the game. This has been a lot of fun, both the mix of, like, you know, getting to learn about, like, the art history of this world, and, being able to, you know, express ourselves with our own work, too. This has been really cool. Like, I feel like there was a ton of, like, thought and, like, effort put into, you know, what is effectively just, like, a side quest chain, and, like, my goodness. I like that a lot. I wonder if there's any other funny wall climber shenanigans I can really do here. I suppose I can climb these walls, can't I? Oh, wait, that's garbage. That's garbage. Give me garbage. Thank you! Game is good. Game is good, y'all. You really ought to pick up this game if you're interested in it, if you think this is good, if you've enjoyed my streams of it. It's worth your time and money. Oh, hello, Sue. I was curious about what style you were using to color here. It seems like a fairly balanced approach, and not overly simple or decorative. I'm sure people will love this. I always like more details, but it's not really my place to say. Well, thanks for your hard work. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with it, even if it is, like, simplistic, straightforward. This game legit changed your art-making mindset for the better? Hey, hell yeah! That's the good stuff you like to hear. Can I clamber up any of these walls? Looks like no. Okay. I guess it's only the sideways striped ones like this. What do you do again? Oh, right, you let us make the custom things. That's right. We already did that.
Welcome to the big drink. The big drink.
Can you push this over the water? Game's fun, but the noises are uncomfy. I mean, like, I have the noises on because I like them. There are, like, a multitude of options with which you can change the game to your liking. For instance, you can turn off the sounds. You can turn off the wet sounds. I have it on love 'em because I love 'em. You can turn them off. And that's a very important accessibility feature because, like, otherwise folks wouldn't be able to play it if they didn't like it. And so, like, it's great that it's there, and, like, no hard feelings if you don't want to watch my streams because you don't like the wet sounds, but, like, I keep them on because I like them. Doesn't mean you gotta. How'd you get rock over? How'd you get exploder over? Oh! I see. I see. This is solid ground. This is doggy paddle ground. I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning. I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning. Splash onesie. Cute. Fish. Nothing over there. Anything up here? A house. No, no, wrong color! Go back! You brute forced it by jumping out of the water? I don't even know you could do that. I just... I didn't even realize you could do that. What's up here? This. And this. Color the water. Color the water. Here. What's this bit of the map? Ah, it's the unknown part of the map. I see, I see. This is also unknown, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Oh, wait a second. I can... What's the jump button again? Does it say in here? B. Cannot jump. It's okay. Swing up this wall? Oh! I'm learning. I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning. Oh, dang it. Okay. Whee. There we go. And this will take us there. There we go. Nautical. Cute. I reckon that's everything here. Hold on, there's this little thing here. That's a tree. Yeah, okay. It is just the tree. There's a present here. Can I swim up to it? No. But I can swim up this. Oops. And then, there we go. Elf? Elf. Hashtag dog elf. Get it trending. You have 6 hours. That's a joke. You don't have to. It's only a parody. It's only a parody. I guess we go back for a swim. Anything up here? What's over here? Garbage. 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 This looks like somewhere we can't be yet. This looks like somewhere we can't be yet. Can't go that way. Okay. Chat overlay made you think the achievement we got was Dog Edition? No, it was Good Samaritan. For getting half of the litter in the game. Dog Edition is a good name for an achievement, though. We were just this way, right? We were just this way. Yeah, we were. Is there more garbage in there? I don't see it. I don't see more garbage here.
Joel Garfield, please, I've never asked before and it's my birthday, please.
Happy birthday! Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. Can't go that way. Nothing more over here. We got this. Can't go that way. Nothing hereabouts. Nothing hereabouts.
The big drink.
That's what I call it when I am thirsty. Oops, I tabbed out by accident. Let's see. Did this already?
I'm crying, he's so beautiful.
Thank you, Mothman, for the tip. I appreciate it. Alright. Here we are. What time is it? It's like 11? Should I do more? Or should I call it a night? We've been going for like 4-ish hours, more or less. What's over here? I did say I was probably just going to be doing painting today, even though I did also say, you know, there's also a possibility of me doing other stuff. We went inside this dude's house, right? We went inside this dude's house. Yeah, we did. We robbed them of their garbage. We didn't finish the mystery in there, no. I want to go back to that some other time. Oh, my God, you can just jump out of the water, can't you? That's a good sploosh sound. She's having so much fun, and I'm so happy for her. Whoops, sticky keys. Fuck. This is the second time in a while Sticky Keys has done me dirty during a stream. It certainly won't be the last. Ah, I see. Painting these makes them go up. But how to make them go down? Oh. I see. Hey, Goofcat, with the raid! Thank you very much. Apropos of nothing, I think the cube is one of my favorite shapes, absolutely. It's a great shape. It's never caused any problems. What does Sticky Keys even do? Makes me laugh every time it comes up. I have no idea what the actual intended function of it is, and frankly, I don't care. I don't think I need whatever its use case is. So I just kind of use it as a giggle. It's probably useful to someone out there. That someone isn't me, though, so I just laugh at it. I suppose I could have just stood here, couldn't I? There we go. Hey, Poachy! With the 10-month resub!
10 months of Holly. How delightful.
My goodness, it has been 10 months, hasn't it? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Push you down. Up and at 'em. Boom. Blast. Beach. Blast. Do you like how this doesn't really, like, show up on the map? What's our completion percentage at? 62%? Nice. Pretty good. I still really like our little passport, our transit pass. It's cute. And hey, it shows that we've got all this. A degree you earn for completing every class at the Art Academy. It doesn't do anything, but you feel accomplished somehow. Nice. Got a good bit of the map filled in, too. Got some good dress up. We got a fair bit of brush styles. Nice. We're really coming along, aren't we? This is where it changes from the big drink to the island of spoons. Maybe here is where we called it? Maybe here in this strange new land where the music is different. Maybe that's where we say goodnight for now. As we look out on over all these other bits of place we have to explore now. Can I make the cool S before I go? This is what you wanted, right? Careful. Don't want to paint over the bird. The bird's having fun. The bird's our co-op partner. For sure. Well, that's been fun. I hope you all enjoyed art school. I sure did. That's a really neat series of side quests. A lot of fun. I am, like, surprised at how many there were. My goodness, there was a lot. I'm also surprised that we managed to do all of them tonight. Or at least, like, you know, we did a massive chunk of them. Considering how, like, we had done some already. I'm gonna drink some water. I am very, very excited to check out more of this game next week. I hope you're all looking forward to it as well. Let's go see if we got some fan art. Looks like we do. We get that up on the screen, and we'll do our little showcase. Let me get some music playing as well. This is too long a song. There we go. Go with this. Get the Discord view up. Now let's begin. We got this one here from Shovel. He says, recently finished the Dark Souls VODs and couldn't resist drawing the wretch and her moss wife. Oh, hell yeah. I forgot I made up this whole side story about how the wretch was in love with this woman in a cage. Oh, this is really cool. I really like the glowing of the sword, what you did. That's dope. Hell yeah. Shouts out to Quail Hat for this one. Very cool. We got this one here from Roscoe, who says, describe the emotion melancholy. I think I got it right. You did it. You've perfectly captured the essence of Watermelon Dog. This is cute. Thank you very much. From Robin Crumb. Oh, it's Dougie. Oh, it's Dougie. It's Pupy. Very cute. I like the little stripy bits on the ears as supposed to be like analogous to the hair clips. That's a cute little touch. Thank you very much. This is real cute. Here's one from Ruby. I was thinking of when you can change the appearance of a character mid-game, like, hey, what if they do a whole transformation like in Sailor Moon? And just in the moment, Holly was playing Chicory, so this was supposed to be a little funny animation, but turned into something more serious. Yeah, let's check it out. I don't know if there's music, so I'll pause the music. Holy shit, that rules? What the fuck, that rules? Hey, that's really goddamn good! Also, how did you know I do this literally every day before I start a stream? Who told you? That was a secret. Thank you very much. This is cool as hell. We got this one here from Wesley. What the Joker doing? I am a big fan of the beanie pose in the background as well. This rules. Thank you very much. Enjoy fish food. I assume you finished fish food because this was posted like 2 hours ago. But thank you very much. I love this. We have this one here from Justin, who says Chicory stream means experimenting time. This time it's a physical lineless piece, which was very fun. I suppose I did get people calling my bluff, didn't I? This is really cool, the lineless style. You're still eating fish food. Good luck. I do really like the sort of look with like the no like lines on the outline, just sort of like to differentiate the different like layers like this. This is really cool. Thank you very much. I love it. Another one from Justin.
Gee, I feel like I know this guy. It's like I've seen them somewhere before. And then there's this dog. Who is she?
Thank you. Also wonderful. From Moth Critter. Wanted to draw fan art of cool or scary beast.
Marge.
Thank you for this beautiful rendition of the Simpstrosity. It's wonderful. God, I'm gonna have like completely forgotten that I drew this until next week, and then I'm gonna see it in the world and be like, what the fuck is the Simpsons bird? Thank you very much. Got another one from 4 Facts of... God. I really did just draw like a Simpsons beast. I drew a Simpsons cockatrice, didn't I? Thank you. This rules. From Zelda Bob! Well, I'm glad people liked it. I'm glad people liked my Simpsons destruction enough to make fan art of it. Destruction? Deconstruction is what I meant to say. Thank you, this is cool. I got this one from Riot Park, who says, I also have problem drawing doggies, so what do? Doggy? Painting lessons. Cute. Oh. I love the colors on this. They're very warm and soft. I really like the background too. The floral print. The little bits of paint on like the face and the collar are a cute touch. This is adorable. I love this a lot. Thank you. Got another one from Ruby. Painting lessons time. Hell yeah. Cute. I really like the expression on this. That's really good. Thank you very much. I don't understand the joke of Connecticut horse. I don't know what that means, but I am a big fan of this rendition of the horse. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know what a Connecticut Clark is. I don't know what that means. But thank you for this. This is real cute, even if I don't know what the reference is. This one from Justin, who says, obsessed with the animal, Holly True.
Animal. Beast. Oh, creature.
I do love this beast, this animal. It's by Flork? I don't know what that is either. People are just saying all these things to me and I don't know what they are. Thank you, Justin. This is wonderful. I really like the stark colors on this, which I guess is just what I used in the game, isn't it? It's a Tumblr thing? I don't really use Tumblr anymore. I think the most recently I used it was like the other day because I saw someone made an HLVR joke, and every time I see someone do a joke of the Dr. Coomer saying lines, I like to repost it and be like, did this really happen in the series? Did he say this? Whoa. And then some people genuinely respond to me like, no, he didn't say this in the series. And I don't know if, like, they don't realize who I am, or if they think I'm genuinely confused, or if they're just, like, going along with the bit, but every time it makes me laugh. And then the last time before that I used Tumblr, I want to say, was like weeks ago, if not a month ago. I go there to look at pictures of cats, basically. Another one from Justin. A little dog with a paintbrush. Very cute. I like the little outfit and the little flower. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. Looks like that's it for Discord. I'll check if there's any on Twitter that we've not seen. Give me just a sec. God, I love this song. Put fan art in the Wayne Cord? Well, in the future, if you want it to be on Fan Art Showcase, it's gotta be on Twitter or on my Discord. We saw this, we saw this. This one we haven't. Alright, we got one on Twitter. To show off, you'll give me just a moment. Just get, there we go. We got this one from Churchy AI. He said, drew this during the Chicory stream since one of the art school prompts opened my third eye. Baby. Or beastie. I like this one. It looks like some kind of fucked up dinosaur bat. It's like a dinosaur bat. They crossed a dinosaur with a bat, and now we got Bat Dinosaur. I don't know enough about dinosaurs to know well enough if this was like an actual sort of dinosaur, or if like the pterodactyls weren't actually dinosaurs, they just existed around that time. Thank you, the good Nolan, for that 5-month resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Are bats not just evolved dinosaurs? I don't know well enough about biology to say either way, but my gut reaction is no. But my gut reaction is no. I'm pretty sure mammals are a very separate classification of animal. Anyways, these are real wonderful. Thank you very much. I will double check to see if there's any more on Twitter or on the Discord. We got one more on the Discord that I'll show off. From Phantom Miles. It's not loading properly, even though you can see it. I'm waiting for it to load. I'm waiting for the spinning to.
Hans. Hans. horse.
I don't know why people spell it Honts. I've always been more fond of horse with a U thrown in there. I'll tell you what I am a big fan of, though. This picture. This whole drawing. This is wonderful. Oh. I like the facial expression here. And you made a very cute heap of bird. And I really like your rendition of the horse. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. And I believe that'll do it. I believe that'll be it for fan art tonight. Thank you all very much for all the wonderful art. It always makes me real happy to see. Y'all are a real talented bunch, and the fact that, you know, you'd take time out of your day and use your talents to make something for Whittle on me makes me smile. It warms the heart, it does. So thank you very much. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a very special stream with Balp over on Balp's channel. This is in support of the non-standard McDonald's Kickstarter. They are trying to get together like a video documentary about like weird like McDonald's franchises and sort of like the history of that and like the whys and the hows of it, and you know how that fits in like the weird scape of like capitalism and consumerism and fast food chains in you know, in the recent years, and I think that's really interesting. And so in support of their Kickstarter, just like help, you know, drum up some interest with it, or for it, because this is like they want to put out like a free documentary for everyone to be able to access, but you know, you need money for like travel expenses and for equipment and to pay all the people doing the work and all that. So you know, to strike up interest, me. Well, it's Balp doing the playing. Balp will be joined by me and Scorpy and probably some other folks. Balp's gonna be playing a bunch of McDonald's video games. We're going to be exploring the nightmarescape of licensed McDonald's video games. And that's gonna be fun. I hope you're looking forward to that. I know I am. I might stream tomorrow. Undecided, though. And if I do, it's literally just going to be before Balp stream so that we can raid him, and it'll probably be like, I don't know, a bit of Dicey Dungeons or something. But I might not. I might just be on Balp stream. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. We'll see. But that's a maybe. For sure, Balp's stream is a for sure. My own stream will be a maybe. We'll see. And then Saturday morning and Sunday morning, I'm doing some Picross. And that's the rest of this week. Did I have anything else I wanted to say? Who's live right now? Who can we raid? Who can we raid? Is there anyone I know that's raid that's streaming right now? Hey, Mark's streaming Majora's Mask. What time's the Belp stream tomorrow? 7 p.m. Eastern. I'll do an announcement about it in my server as well. But it's 7 Eastern tomorrow. Let's go raid Mar. I know a good raid phrase. Yeah, no problem, Crystal's Pearl. I know a good raid phrase. It's horse. It's horse. Raid phrase name of horse. Don't you forget about it. Just got here, what's the dog doing? Well, the dog's ending the stream. You showed up literally as I was about to say my goodbyes, oh no! Thank you for stopping by though, Clumquat. Fade out the music. Because... Oh, wrong thong. This one. Because that's gonna be it for our stream tonight. I had a lot of fun. And I hope you all did too. It turns out painting is a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to share it with you all. We'll be doing more of the story, the main story of Chicory next week. That's gonna be real exciting. We're gonna be doing that Tuesday. But it's time to end the stream. Thank you all so much for your support tonight. Thank you for all the subs, all the tips, all the bits. Your very, very generous support means a whole lot to me. So thank y'all. The show wouldn't be what it is without you, so it really does mean a lot. Thank you as well for all the follows we had today, for all the raids and hosts we had today. We had quite a few. Thank you for all the beautiful fan art we got to see today. And thank you all so much for tuning in. You know, whether you only hopped in at the start, or you only made it just now at the end, whether you only caught a little bit, or you managed to catch the whole thing, whether you were chatting during the stream or just lurking, just enjoying quietly, it's always a delight to have you here. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with me. We're gonna raid my friend Mark Katoto now, who's playing Majora's Mask 3D. If you're sticking around for the raid, I hope you enjoy the show. I hope you show him, you know, the same love and support you've shown me tonight. And remember, be good, be kind, and our raid phrase is horse. I'll be on Balp stream tomorrow, 7 Eastern. We're gonna be checking out McDonald's games, which is gonna be a hoot. And again, I might be alive for a little bit before that. Undecided. We'll see. Maybe I'll see you then. Or maybe I'll see you around some other time, but no matter what happens, before we head out, I'd just like to say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and taking care of the folks around you. And I hope to see you again soon.